Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Roberto Hernandez Stadium on the campus of the University of South Carolina Aiken for today's midweek matchup between the Emmanuel University Lions and your USC Aiken Pacers. I'm Reeves Altman saying thank you so much for tuning in, and we are just seconds away from first pitch. Coming into today's matchup, Emmanuel College is 16-12 on the season, 6-6 in Conference Carolina play, 7-5 at home, and 9-6 on the road. USC Aiken is 7-19 on the year, 3-6 in Peach Belt Conference play, 6-9 here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium, and 1-10 on the road. On the mound today for the Pacers is number 23, Evan Condon. Condon comes into the matchup today with an 0-1 record. In 13 innings pitched, he's given up 16 hits and a .320 opponent's batting average. Defensively for the Pacers today, behind the plate is Caden Ussery, number 10. First base is number 34, Capers Melina Rowley. Cade Boaknight, number 12 at second base. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Roberto Hernandez Stadium. We apologize. There were some technical difficulties here in the press box. We hope we're back on the air and you can hear me now. A lot's happened. I'm not sure when we lost connection, but I'll get you a brief update after Molinari swings here. Low and away for ball one to him. So after two quick outs for the Pacers in the top of the first inning, the Lions got a base hit, a walk, and another base hit just over Bouknight's head at second base, allowing one run to score. And after a leadoff ground out by Myers, number 17 Graves in the Pacers lineup was able to draw a walk, and that will bring to the plate first baseman number 34 Capers Molinaroli. This season, Molinaroli batting .393 in 25 games with 13 RBIs. The Pacers are facing off against number 11, Colby Fields, on the mound. So Fields working out of the stretch here. Now the 2-0. Swung on and hit on the ground in between shortstop and third base for a base hit. Molinaroli stays hot at the plate. He's batting .393, and that'll go up after going 1-for-1 this afternoon. On the mound for the Lions today, Fields is 0-3 in 20 innings pitched with 12 strikeouts and a .342 batting percentage. Now batting is designated hitter number 19, Joe Mazingo. Mazingo this season for the Pacers is batting .265 in 19 games with a .441 slugging percentage and a .306 on-base percentage. He comes to the plate with one away and runners on first and second. Fields ready on the mound. Now the pitch. Okay. Is low for ball one. Yep, thank you. For whatever reason, the first inning, whenever you got to do the top and the bottom, that's a weird way of doing it. Just one hit on us. I think that's the only thing. I think we're good. And then runners on first and second right now. Neither runner at first or second is being held now. That's Graves and Molinaroli. The 1-0 from Fields. It's called strike one. Fields working out of the stretch on the mound now. And the 1-1. Swung on and missed by Mazingo for strike two. Second baseman Mune's coming over to check the runner, but he plays back in position. Another off-speed pitch has Mazingo out in front for strike three and out number two. Catcher number 10, Caden Usry, now coming to the plate, batting .235 in 24 games this season with 16 RBIs, a .309 slugging percentage, and a .392 on-base percentage. Runner in scoring position here for the Pacers in the bottom of the first. They trail 1-0. Usry swings and bounces it to the third baseman. Collins has a play on it, throws over to first, but it's going to be called a foul ball at the plate. A good scoop there by Beal at first base on the low throw. He also had an excellent scoop to get Myers the first out in the bottom of the first here while we were off the air. First base is not an easy position to play here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium as the sun is setting right over the third base line. So it's definitely hard to see from throws from shortstop and the third baseman. 0-1 now the count to Usry. Runners on first and second, neither runner being held at the moment. Now the pitch from Fields. An off-speed pitch inside. Usry's able to fight it off as the count moves now to 0-2. Field set in the mound. Now the pitch. Low for ball one. Good eyes there from Usry at the plate. Now the 1-2 pitch. Low again, now evens the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Pacers trailing 1-0 here. After being down quickly 0-2, Usry's able to battle at the plate. Choking up on the bat, looking for a 2-strike approach here. Now the 2-2. Low again, and the count is full at 3-2. And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and the side is retired. For the Pacers in the bottom of the first, no runs on 1 hit and 2 runners left on base. We'll go to the top of the second. The Lions coming back to the plate, leading 1-0. Welcome back to the top of the second inning here from Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Leading things off for the Lions is number 1, Zachary Bernstrom. Bernstrom is the catcher defensively for the Lions. Another slider from Condon is in strike 1. Bernstrom in 17 games this season is a .400 slugging percentage and a .351 on-base percentage. The 0-1 is going to be swung on right off the end of the bat. Condon steps out in front of the mound, a high throw, but Molina Rolli is able to come down in time to tag the bag for out number 1. A swinging bunch, you could classify that as, right off the end of the bat. Didn't dribble more than 15 feet in front of home plate. And that'll bring to the plate now number 7, Dobbs Bowden. Bowden, the right fielder today for the Lions. Batting .278 in 26 games this season. First pitch from Condon, strike 1, fastball. The 0-1 will be swung on and fouled off to the backstop. Count quickly moves to 0-2. Now the 0-2 from Condon. Swung on, lofted, off the glove of Molina Rolli. He tried to make the over-the-shoulder catch, and it'll bounce off and fall harmlessly to the turf for a base hit. That's the second play hit softly on the right side of the Pacers infield. One to the second baseman, Knight, the other one to the first baseman, Molina Rolli, both trying to go over the shoulder, unable to make the play for another base hit for the Lions here with 1 away. Excellent efforts from both defenders. Just unique to see that in back-to-back innings. Runner on first here as Condon will work out of the stretch for the second time today as he checks the runner at first. Bringing to the plate number 37, Bailey Stroud. Stroud is the center fielder today for the Lions and also the 8-hitter in the lineup. He's the 9th hitter as Usry's going to throw down to second, and he'll be in safely before the throw. And that was Bowden's second stolen base on the season. He is now 2 for 2. This is the 9th hitter at the plate. As Stroud is, I apologize, I read the lineup card wrong. So on the leadoff man, number 2, Jesus Cruz, is in the on-deck circle. The 1-0 misses outside. Now 2-0, the count to Stroud. The 2-0 down the middle, strike one. Condon's pitch count now up to 31 on the afternoon. No movement yet from the Pacers bullpen or the Lions bullpen. Stroud lays down a bunt. Charging up to get a play on it is Dennis. He throws over, but it's going to be high. The runner from second is going to round third and come across to score. And Stroud lays down an excellent bunt. That'll go down as a throwing error from Dennis, which gives the Lions a 2-0 lead. And on the throw, Stroud was able to advance to second base. So after the throwing error, we have a runner on second with one away, and the top of the lineup now at the plate with Jesus Cruz. Cruz is 0 for 1 with a ground out to shortstop on the afternoon. As they're going to check the runner at second, and he is back safely. Cruz lays down a bunt, too, right down the first base line, but it is going to roll foul. Picked up in foul territory there by Condon for strike one. The Lions here in the top of the second electing to go small ball with back-to-back bunt attempts. But as everyone knows, bunts, when placed perfectly down the line, are very tough to play. And even with the high throw in that last play, I do believe that Stroud was able to beat the throw from Dennis. Now the 0-1, Cruz squares to bunt again, and it finds the strike zone, now quickly 0-2. Condon ready on the mound. Now Usry set up on the outside of the plate. And the 0-2 swung on and missed by Cruz for strike three and out number 2. A high fastball. Unable to catch up to it. And that'll bring to the plate number 19, Thomas Collins, the third baseman. Collins steps into the left-handed batter's box now. 2 away, runner on second. Lions got 1 run across here, lead 2-0. The 1-0 to Collins high, now 1-0. The 1-0 missing low and inside, 2-0 now the count. The 2-0 right on the outside corner for strike one. Collins ready at the plate. Condon looks to second. Now comes to the plate. The 2-1 misses high, and the count is 3-1. And the 3-1 just misses inside, ball 4. The Lions have runners on first and second with 2 away. That'll bring to the plate Brock Wolin. Roland is 1 for 1 on the afternoon. He had the RBI single in the top of the first to give the Lions the 1-0 lead. Condon ready on the mound. Missing inside, 1-0. The 2-0 missing inside almost hit Wallen as he was able to get out of the way. 2-0 now the count. Runner breaks for third. Usry steps out. Throw down is in time. He's called out, and the side is retired. Excellent throw down from Caden Usry. Also great execution from Doom Dennis to apply the tag. But for the Lions in the top of the second, they get one run on one hit and one runner left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Pacers coming to the plate, now trailing 2-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the bottom of the second inning. USC Aiken coming to the plate and leading things off is second baseman, number 12, Cade Bachknight. Batting .268 in 22 games this season, a .338 slugging percentage, and a .297 on-base percentage. Fields is still on the mound for the Lions, and we are set for action here in the bottom of the second. As Bachknight swings and fouls it off out of play behind the Lions' dugout for strike one. The 0-1 is a fastball, now 0-2. The 0-2 swung on and missed. It looks like a curveball in the dirt for strike three and out number one. Third baseman number 7, Doom Dennis, coming to the plate, batting .279 in 23 games this season, a .328 slugging percentage and a .413 on-base percentage. First pitch to Dennis finds the zone for strike one. Fields ready, working out of the stretch with the bases empty as Dennis is going to hit a line drive into left field for a base hit. Able to turn on an inside fastball there and give the Pacers a base runner here in the bottom of the second with one away. That'll bring to the plate shortstop number 4, Bradley White the second, batting .281 in 22 games this season with 8 RBIs, a .386 slugging percentage, and a .400 on-base percentage. As Dennis will get his lead as first, he is held by the first baseman, Beal. Fields changing no mechanics on the mound. He works out of the stretch even with the bases empty, as there's now a runner on first. First pitch to White was outside for ball one. The 1-0 called strike one, evens the count now 1-1. White swings and fouls it off. Dribbling behind the plate foul, making the count 1-2. Dennis gets his lead at first base. Field set on the mound. Now the 1-2. White swings and hits a fly ball into center field. Coming over to make the catch is Stroud for out number 2. Left fielder number 31, Cannon Frost, now at the plate in 14 games this season. He has 4 hits and a .250 on-base percentage. First pitch to Frost, inside, ball 1. Frost will hit a high fly ball into left center field. Stroud comes over to make the catch to retire the side for the Pacers in the bottom of the second. No runs on 1 hit and 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the top of the third. Emmanuel University coming back to the plate, leading 2-0. Welcome back, top of the third inning. Leading things off for the Lions is number 3, Brock Wolin, the left fielder. And Wolin is 1 for 1 on the afternoon. Wolin coming back to the plate as his at-bat was interrupted in the top of the second inning with the throw down at third by Caden Ussery. As the first pitch from Condon is down the middle for strike 1. And Wolin swings, hits a line drive to the first baseman, Molina Rowley. He makes the catch, dipping down low as it was caught under his waist for out number 1. So a quick out now brings to the plate number 34, Brody Campbell. In his first appearance this afternoon, Campbell walked. So he has 1 walk on the afternoon. 1 away here, bases empty. First pitch from Condon. Swung on and fouled off to the backstop for strike 1. In the 0-1, fastball down the middle, quickly 0-2. The 0-2 low and away. Great stop behind the plate by Ussery for ball one. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Ussery dropped it, or so he thinks, behind the plate, but they're going to call him out by the home plate umpire. As Campbell is taking off for first as if Kate Ussery dropped the ball. But they're going to say not for a strikeout, out number 2, bringing to the plate number 12, Hayden Beal. Beal, the first baseman, he's 1 for 1 with an RBI. Condon quickly gets a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 is going to be swung on, and a golf swing is Beal lofts it into right field, and it's going to one-hop the wall over the head of Graves, and he is in safely with a stand-up double. So after 2 quick outs, Beal has a double and a runner on second, giving the Lions life here with 2 outs in the top of the third. Number 8, Ryan Munes, the second baseman, will now come to the plate. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout on the afternoon. As he squares to bunt, a slider from Condon, low and away for ball one. The 1-0 missing outside, now quickly 2-0. The 2-0, a bouncing ball over the head of Dennis into left field. Runner's going to be Wade from third. Frost getting it in quickly. Play at the plate. Safe. He beats the tag by a step. Excellent throw in from left field from number 31, Frost. But again, after 2 quick outs, the Lions are able to get a run across to come to score, and they now lead 3-0 on the RBI single from number 8, Munes. Number 12, Zachary Bergstorn now comes to the plate. Runner on second. As Beal was able to beat out the throw to second base as there was a play at the plate. And the first pitch from Condon is called strike 1. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Now quickly 0-2. The 0-2 from Condon. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and the side is retired. For Emmanuel in the top of the third. They get 1 run on 2 hits and 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Pacers coming back to the plate, trailing 3-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions. Taking over duties on the mound is number 40, Will Sherman. Sherman is 0-1 on the year. In 1 innings pitched, he gave up 3 hits and a .375 opponent's batting average. He comes in to face off against the top of the Pacers lineup with number 16, Brock Myers at the plate. As Myers is going to lay down a perfectly placed bunt played by the third baseman Collins. A wide throw goes into right field, and the Pacers are in business with the leadoff man advancing to second base on the throwing error with nobody away. Perfectly placed down the third base line as Myers was quickly running down the first base line. Collins had a wide throw, unable to get it was the first baseman Beal, and it went way down into the corner in right field. Great execution by the Lions to get it in quickly. And that brings to the plate right fielder number 17, Dalton Graves.
Throwing error was on third, yeah? It was third, right? Okay.
In his first appearance at the plate, Graves drew a walk. And he comes in with a runner on second and nobody out. Sherman working out of the stretch here as Graves swings at the first pitch and hits a high fly ball into left field. Coming over to make the catch is Wallen for out number 1. First baseman number 34, Capers Molina Rowley at the plate. He is 1 for 1 with a single today. Able to get a base hit into the 5-6 gap on the infield. He comes to the plate with a runner on second and 1 away. First pitch to Molina Rowley is a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 missing high, 1-1. Molina Rowley swings and hits a high fly ball, tailing into foul territory, and it's going to get down out of play. Makes the count now 1-2. One and two now the count of Molina Rowley. Sherman gets his signal on the mound. Now comes set. And the pitch. Hit hard on the ground. Played. Bobbled briefly by the shortstop Cruz, but he's able to throw over in time for out number 2. That'll bring to the plate designated hitter number 19, Joe Mazingo. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout on the afternoon. And he comes to the plate with a runner on second. Pacers' leadoff run was able to advance to second after a throwing error on the bunt by Myers. He now faces 2 outs. Mazingo is going to be intentionally walked here. So that'll bring runners on first and second. Bring to the plate number 10, catcher Caden Ussery. He is also 0 for 1 on the afternoon with a strikeout. Zingo appears to be not held at first by Beal as he's playing in 2-out depth, a few steps behind the bag, along with the third baseman Collins. Shortstop Cruz and Manoons playing almost in the outfield as well, as the first pitch to Ussery misses low and outside for ball 1. Ussery comes to the plate for the second time this afternoon with runners on first and second and 2 away. Sherman set on the mound now in the 1-0. High, 2-0 now the count. Again, the 2-0 to Usry. Fastball finds the strike zone. 2-1 now the count. Usry swings and hits a fly ball deep into left field, and it's going to be over the head of Wallen. One run is rounding third. He's going to come across to score. Molina Rolli's going to be held at third, and the Pacers get a run on the board on the RBI double from number 10 catcher Caden Usry. Your score now 3-1. It's number 12, Cade Botnight, second baseman, now at the plate. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout on the afternoon. Botnight's taking his time now. Now steps into the batter's box. Sherman is yet to toe the rubber on the mound. As now he comes set. First pitch of the at-bat on the way. Botnight swings and fouls it off out of play down the right field line for strike one. The 0-1 missing outside. Now the count 1-1. Now the 1-1 on the way. Botnight swings, fouls it off to the backstop. Count moves to 1-2. Now the 1-2 on the way. Check swing at the plate. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. Appeal to the first base umpire. He's going to say he did not swing the bat, and the count will go even at 2-2. Runner still on second and third here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Sherman set on the mound, and the 2-2. Missing outside. Count moves full to 3-2. Now Botnight set at the mound. Sherman set on the mound. And the 3-2 pitch. Low for ball 4. They're going to say he did not go around after another check swing at the plate and an appeal to the first base umpire. And the Pacers have the bases loaded with 2 outs, bringing to the plate third baseman number 7, Doom Dennis. In his first appearance this afternoon, Dennis hit a base hit to left field. He's coming to the plate 1 for 1. Sherman ready on the mound now. And the first pitch to Dennis. Swung on and missed on the high fastball for strike 1. The 0-1 down the middle, now quickly 0-2 the count. Bases loaded, no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Sherman comes set on the mound, and the pitch. Missing high and outside, 1-2. One and two now the count, and the pitch. Dennis swings and hits a fly ball to right field, giving chase. Is in diving, making the catch. Is Bowden to retire the side. Wow. a potential game-changing catch there with the bases loaded for the Pacers. An unfortunate break as Dennis went opposite field there, but credit to the right fielder, number 7, Dobbs Bowden, making a diving catch towards the foul line to retire the side. For the Pacers in the bottom of the third, they get 1 run on 2 hits and 3 runners left on base. We'll go to the top of the fourth. Emmanuel coming to the plate, leading 3-1. Welcome back to the top of the fourth. Coming to the plate is number 7, Dobbs Bowden. And Bowden having to make a quick turnaround here as he was the one that made the diving catch to end the Pacers' threat in the bottom of the third with the bases loaded. Condon still on the mound for the Pacers as Bowden hits a hard hit ball to the second baseman, Balknight. He throws over to first in time for out number 1. Center fielder number 37, Bailey Stroud. He is 0 for 1 on the afternoon coming to the plate. Now, I know I said it before in this broadcast, but this is a left-handed batting heavy lineup for the Lions. At least 5 batters stepping into the left-handed batter's box here. Just something you don't see every day. As the first pitch from Condon is called strike 1. The 0-1 swung on and hit out of play. Now quickly 0-2. Condon wasting no time on the mound. The 0-2 is swung on and bounced. Doom Dennis has a glove on it, throwing over to first. And they're going to say he beat the throw by a step. Great throw from Dennis. Great stretch by Molina Rolli at first. But credit to number 37, Bailey Stroud. He beat the throw out, which gives the Lions a runner on first with 1 away. And the top of the lineup coming up now with number 23, Jesus Cruz. He is 0 for 2 with a strikeout on the afternoon. Condon still wasting no time on the mound. He comes set. Now the pitch. Called strike 1 on the outside. Condon going to check the runner at first. And he is back safely. Stroud at first base now. He is 2 for 2 on the year in stolen bases. As Condon checks him again, and he's back safely. Condon back to the plate. The 0-1 to Cruz, missing outside on a breaking ball. Now the count 1-1. Cruz squares to bunt, but is able to pull the bat back in time on the low throw, making the count now 2-1. The bunt attempt last time from Cruz has Dennis playing in front of the bag now at third base. Condon taking his time on the mound. He's going to check the runner. Stroud is back now safely. And the 2-1. A breaking ball. Cruz swings and hits a shallow pop-up just going foul over third base. And the count evens at 2-2. Two swung on and hit a line drive, but foul down the right field line. Count remains 2-2. Another breaking ball from Condon, swung on by Cruz and bounced foul down the right field line. Condon's pitch count now up to 64 here in the top of the fourth. There is movement now in the Pacers bullpen, as is there in the Lions bullpen. And the 2-2 from Condon. Missing outside, the count has run full now at 3-2. Stroud gets his lead at first now. Condon will check him back to first, and he is safe. And the 3-2. Check swing from Cruz at the plate. They're going to say he went around. I think it found the strike zone anyway for out number 2. Now coming to the plate is number 19, Thomas Collins, the third baseman. Collins is 0 for 1 with a walk on the afternoon. He comes to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first, but before that, time is called as Coach Holder is making his way out from the Pacers dugout. Might have a pitching change on the way here. And it appears that'll be the case as a new pitcher is emerging from the Pacers bullpen. We'll take a quick break and step aside. We'll get you his new name and number in just a second as Evan Condon's afternoon is done. Pacers trailing 3-1. Emmanuel at the plate with a runner on first and 2 away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the top of the fourth here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Pacers. Now on the mound is the left-hander from Grays, South Carolina, Louis Smith, as he takes over with a runner on first and 2 away, trailing 3-1, and facing off against number 19, Thomas Collins, the third baseman. A lefty-on-lefty matchup as Smith brings a fastball in the inside corner for strike one. Smith is set on the mound now, takes a look at the runner at first, now comes to the plate. Collins swings and fouls it off down the left field line. Now the count quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is going to be swung on and hit high into foul territory. Coming over to make the catch is Molina Rowley. And he makes the over-the-shoulder catch to retire the side. Wow, great read there from Capers. Molina Rowley battling the sun with his back turned to the ball. He makes the over-the-shoulder catch to retire the side. For Emmanuel in the top of the fourth, no runs on one hit and one runner left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Pacers coming to the plate, trailing 3-1. Welcome back to the bottom of the fourth inning here. USC Aiken coming to the plate and leading things off is the shortstop, number 4, Bradley White II. He is 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Number 40, Will Sherman, still on the mound after his appearance in the bottom of the third. His pitch count now at 22. As movement for both bullpens continues in the Lions and the Pacers side. Sherman going to work out of the windup this afternoon with the bases empty. And the first pitch to White misses outside, ball one. The 1-0 is low and away. Now the count 2-0. The 2-0 finds the zone on the outside corner, strike one. The 2-1, a fastball down the middle now, quickly 2-2 on White. The 2-2 misses inside, 3-2 the count. Now the 3-2. White swings and misses for strike three and out number one. Now batting is left fielder number 31, Cannon Frost. He is 0 for 1 on the afternoon. First pitch to Frost, a slider on the outside corner, strike one. The 1-0 high and outside, now 1-1. The 1-1, a fastball, now 1-2. The 1-2, Frost hits a bouncing ball over the third baseman Collins' head into left field for a base hit. Great two-out approach there, as that ball took a high bounce off the clay right in front of the bat of home plate here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. That's the second time we've seen that on both sides for the Pacers and the Lions, where the ball has bounced over the third baseman's head into left field. As the top of the Pacers lineup comes back to the plate now, Brock Myers will step to the plate. He is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. He reached on a bunting single last time and advanced to second on a throwing error. He has a runner on first now and one away. Sherman now working out of the stretch. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the backstop for strike one. The 0-1 swung on and missed by Myers, now 0-2. Sherman now ready on the mound, and the 0-2. Swung on and hit into right center field, and it's going to get down for a base hit. As Frost makes the turn at second and advances to third, and on the single from number 16, Brock Myers, the Pacers have runners on the corners and one away. Great job there by the center fielder Stroud to play it on a bounce and get it in quickly to keep Myers at first base. Stoppage in play here as the coach from Emmanuel is on his way out from the dugout, and he's going to make a call to the Lions bullpen. So as the new pitcher is on his way out, we'll take a quick break. We'll get you his name and number after he warms up. Pacers offense in business here. Runners on the corners with one away, trailing 3-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the fourth inning, one away. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions as number 45 steps to the mound. That is Lucas Meehan. He is 0 for 1 on the year in 4 innings pitched with 4 strikeouts and a .538 opponent's batting average. He comes in to face off against number 17, right fielder Dalton Graves. Runners on the corners and one away here for the Pacers. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup, and the pitch. Graves swings and is going to hit a ground ball to the second baseman, Munes. They throw to second for one, over to first for a double play, and just like that, the side is retired. For the Pacers in the bottom of the fourth, no runs on 1 hit and 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the top of the fifth. Emmanuel coming back to the plate, leading 3-1. Welcome back to the top of the fifth here from Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Emmanuel University leading USC Aiken by a score of 3-1. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Pacers. Coming in is number 9, the right-handed senior from Aiken, South Carolina, A.J. Dybel. He comes in to face against number 3, Brock Wallen, the left fielder. He is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Dybel works straight out of the stretch here. First pitch, Wallen swings and hits a high fly ball into right field. Under it is Graves making the catch for out number 1. Designated hitter number 34, Brody Campbell, will now step to the batter's box. He is 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout this afternoon. First pitch from Dybel is a fastball, strike 1. The 0-1 missing low, 1-1 now the count. The 1-1 is swung on by Campbell and fouled off out of play, making the count 1-2. The 1-2 from Dybel outside, 2-2 now the count. And the 2-2. A check swing at the plate. They're going to say he went around for strike 3 and out number 2. First baseman number 12, Hayden Beal. He's 2 for 2 on the afternoon with an RBI. He was the one that got a rally started for the Lions in his last at bat as he hit a low fastball into right field. And he was also the one that brought across the last run to give them a 3-1 lead. First pitch from Dybel is outside for ball 1. The 1-0 misses outside. Count quickly moves to 2-0. The 2-0 misses outside. Count now 3-0 to Beal. The 3-0 down the middle now, strike 1. And the 3-1. Dybel able to battle back now. The count moves full now to 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases empty. And Hayden Beal, 2 for 2 now at the plate. He's set at the plate. Dybel set on the mound. And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Usry misses it behind the plate. Takes a few steps towards first. Molina Rowley has it in the glove for out number 3, and the side is retired. For the Lions in the top of the 5th, no runs, no hits, nobody left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Pacers trailing 3-1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the fifth inning here in Aiken, South Carolina. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions, and that is number 25, Noah Olson. In 5 appearances this season, he has 6 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts, and a .292 opponent's batting average. He comes in to face off against first baseman number 34, Capers Molina Rowley. Molina Rowley is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. And the 1-0 misses inside, 2-0 now the count. Still movement in both bullpens for the Pacers and the Lions here. And the 2-0 from Olson. Molina Rowley is going to hit a shallow fly ball and another diving catch there by a Lions outfielder there by the left fielder Wolin, number 3 for out number 1. Complimenting the earlier diving catch with the bases loaded in the bottom of the third by the right fielder Bowden. So excellent show of defense here by the Lions outfielders will bring to the plate designated hitter number 19, Joe Mazingo. As Mazingo's going to hit a high fly ball into shallow right field. Coming over to make the catch is Bowden for out number 2. That'll bring to the plate catcher number 10, Caden Usry. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout and an RBI double on the afternoon. His last at bat was the lone Pacers run so far here. As the first pitch to Usry is low for ball 1. The 1-0 to Usry misses inside, 2-0 now the count. And the 2-0 right down the middle now, 2-1. Usry's going to swing and hit a line drive into center field, bouncing right in front of Stroud for a base hit. That's Usry's second base hit on the afternoon. Going to give the Pacers a runner on first with 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. Bring to the plate second baseman number 12, Cade Bachnight. So Olson working out of the stretch here. And the first pitch low to Bachnight, ball 1. The 1-0 swung on and fouled off out of play. Actually going to be caught by the Lions bullpen catcher for strike 1. Olson set on the mound here. Usry has his lead at first, and Bachnight swings and fouls it off to the backstop. The count moves to 1-2. 1-2 remains the count. Now the pitch is low, even now, 2-2. The 2-2, a check swing. They're going to say he did not go around after an appeal to the first base umpire. And the count now full at 3-2. Balknight set at the plate. Usry gets his lead. Beal not holding him at first now. Has 2 outs. Usry will break for second, and he's on his way. The pitch is going to be swung on. A fair ball down the third base line off the glove of the diving Collins. Usry rounding third. He's going to come around to score on the RBI double from Cade Balknight. A great 2-out approach there, and the Pacers cut the lead in half. They now trail by 1, 3-2. That'll bring to the plate now number 7, Doom Dennis. He is 1 for 2 on the afternoon with a single. And a runner remains on second base with 2 away. Dennis swings at the first pitch and is going to foul it off behind the plate for strike 1. Oh, 0-1 is the count to Dennis. Olson set on the mound. Now the pitch. Dennis swings and fouls it off to the backstop, and the count quickly 0-2. Oh, 0-2 the count to Dennis. Runner on second, and the pitch from Olson. Missing inside, 1-2. Almost hit Dennis, but he was able to get out of the way. Balknight at the start of the pitch broke for third base, but stopped halfway and jogged back to second. And the 1-2 now to Dennis. Inside pitch, Dennis is able to make contact and foul it off down the third base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on second. Pacers trailing here 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th. Dennis choked up on the bat, looking for a 2-strike approach here. Now the pitch. Going to be swung on and hit high and deep into left field. And it's gone. Home run from number 7, Doom Dennis. Gives the Pacers a 4-3 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. That was Dennis's second home run on the season. And that gives the Pacers their first lead this afternoon.
Scoreboard should say 4.
Mm-hmm. So 4-3, USC Aiken now leads, bringing to the plate number 4, the shortstop Bradley White. First pitch to White, misses inside, 1-0 now the count. Now the 1-0 misses outside, 2-0 the count on White. Olson taking his time on the mound. Keep in mind there is now a pitch count even in D2. Pitch count at 7. As the 2-0 on the outside corner, strike 1. The 2-1, a high fastball swung on by White and missed, evens the count at 2-2. The 2-2, White swings and fouls it off out of play. And the count will remain now 2-2. White hits a line drive into center field. Coming over to make the catch is Stroud to retire the side. For the Pacers in the bottom of the fifth, they get 3 runs on 3 hits and 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the top of the sixth. For the first time this afternoon, the Lions trailing now 4-3. Welcome back to the top of the sixth inning here. Lions now trail the Pacers by a score of 4-3. And leading things off is number 8, Ryan Munes, the second baseman. He is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. A.J. Dibble still on the mound here for the Pacers. Dibble working out of the stretch with the bases empty. And Munes swings and fouls it off at the plate for strike 1. The 0-1 is going to be a line drive back up the middle for a base hit. So the single there from Munes gives the Lions a runner on first and nobody away. And number 1, Zachary Brigstorm, the catcher now at the plate. Dibble set on the mound now. The first pitch by Bergstrom swung on and missed for strike 1. The 0-1 misses inside, 1-1 the count. The 1-1 fouled off, rolling in the foul territory, picked up by the first baseman Melina Rowley. The count moves to 1-2. Dibble's going to check the runner Munes at first, and he is back safely. The 1-2 going to be hit to the shortstop White. He flips to second for one. Botnight throwing over to first in time for a double play. So a 6-4-3 turn by the Pacers empties the bases with 2 away. And that'll bring to the plate number 7, Dobbs Bowden, the right fielder. He is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. And the first pitch from Dybel. A check swing, fouled off to the backstop for strike 1. The 0-1 swung on and hit into right field. Under it is Graves, standing right on the foul line. Makes the catch for out number 3 to retire the side. For the Lions in the top of the 6th. No runs on 1 hit, no runners left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Pacers coming back to the plate, leading 4-3. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th inning here. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions in number 48, Zach Gibbons. This season, Gibbons is not on the stat sheets. This might be his first appearance of the season. He comes in to face off against number 31, now the center fielder, Cannon Frost for the Pacers. The new left fielder for the Pacers, Luke Parker, is set to be on deck. So a few substitutions now for the Pacers. As Gibbons high and inside to Frost. Frost just had a second to get out of the way, which makes the count now 2-0.
I don't know how to fix it. It's going to be screwed. We're going to have a lot of work to do after the game again.
Time is called here as coach is making his way out from the Lions dugout here.
Frost is the number 9 hitter right now, right? Or has been the number 9 hitter. Okay.
2-0 now the count from Gibbons on the mound. Time was called and the meeting is adjourned as the infield came to meet. Frost squares to bunt, and the 2-0 is low, moving the count now quickly to 3-0. Gibbons again set on the mound. The 3-0 missing high, ball 4, and Frost will take his base. As I said earlier, Frost is now the center fielder for the Pacers, and coming to the plate is the new left fielder, number 8, Luke Parker. It's number 16, Josh Myers, was subbed out, bringing to the plate Parker. In 15 games this season, he is batting .207 with 7 RBIs, a .276 slugging percentage, and a .359 on-base percentage. First pitch to Parker is a slider called strike 1. The 0-1 from Parker, a slider in the exact same spot. Now the count quickly 0-2. The 0-2 inside, missing, 1-2 the count. The 1-2, a hit and run, beautifully executed by Parker as he's going to hit a base hit into right field, and Frost is going to round second and make it to third standing up, which gives the Pacers runners on the corners with nobody away here in the bottom of the 6th. Right fielder number 17, Dalton Graves, now at the plate. Time is called as the catcher. Bergstrom comes out to make the first and third call as Graves swings and hits a pop-up into the shallow outfield. Calling for it and making the catch is Cruz for out number 1. One away here. Runner still on the corners for the Pacers, leading 4-3. That'll bring to the plate designated hitter first baseman number 34, Capers Molina Rowley. As the first pitch is actually behind Molina Rowley, he's able to get out of the way and move the bat for ball 1. The 1-0, a fastball on the inside corner, strike 1. The 1-1 swung on and missed by Molina Rowley. Now 1-2 the count. The 1-2 missing low evens the count now 2-2. Linaroli hits it on the ground to the second baseman Munes. He flips to short for 1. Over to first on a strong throw from Cruz for out number 2 to turn the 4-6-3 double play to retire the side. For the Pacers in the bottom of the 6th, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 runner left on base. We played 6. We'll go to the top of the 7th. Lions coming to the plate, trailing 4-3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Pacers here to start off the top of the 7th inning. That is number 46, Caden Purvis, the left-handed freshman from Brunswick, Georgia. And he comes in to face off against center fielder number 37, Stroud. As Stroud tries to lay down a bunt, but it's going to roll foul, making the count 0-1. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup. Check swing by Stroud at the plate. They're going to say he did not go around. Makes the count now 1-1. The 1-1 from Purvis, swung on and missed by Stroud at the plate. 1-2 now the count. The 1-2 Stroud hits a bouncing ball to the shortstop White, and he bobbles it, unable to make a throw over to first, which gives the Lions a base runner there on the error from White with nobody out in the top of the 7th. That'll bring to the plate the leadoff man for the Lions and number 2, Jesus Cruz, the shortstop. Purvis working out of the stretch. The first pitch to Jesus, another lefty-on-lefty matchup, will find the strike zone now. 0-1 the count. Cruz squaring around to bunt. Dennis playing up, anticipating the bunt. As he pulls the ball back, as we're going to have stoppage in play here. As the umpire is going to walk the ball all the way out to Purvis on the mound. Going to have a quick discussion, it appears. Stoppage in play to give Usry some time. This ball looks like it bounced off his glove. It appears to be okay, and we'll play on. 1-1 now the count. Runner on first, nobody away in the top of the 7th. Pacers leading over the Lions of Emmanuel University 4-3. Cruz still playing high up in the batter's box as he squares to bunt again. Purvis looks over to the runner at first. Now it brings to the plate. A high fastball missing 2-1 as Cruz is able to pull the bat back in time. Purvis going to check the runner at first, and he is back safely. Again, Stroud standing on first base. He is 2 for 2 in stolen bases this season. As the 2-1 high and inside to Cruz, he just gets out of the way to make the count 3-1. Cruz squaring around to bunt again. 3-1 the count. Now the pitch. Down the middle, strike 2, moves the count full. Purvis in on the mound. He checks Stroud at first. Now comes to the plate. And the 3-2 misses low to Cruz. Ball 4. He'll take his base. Runners on first and second. Nobody away for the Lions. Bringing to the plate the third baseman, number 19, Thomas Collins. Purvis on the mound takes a look at Stroud at second base. Now brings the ball to the plate, missing inside for ball 1 to Collins. Movement now in the Pacers bullpen. The 1-0 from Purvis on the outside corner, strike 1. The 1-1 going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman. Buck Knight flips to second for one, over to first, in time for a double play. The 4-6-3 turn. Runner does advance to third, but it's 2 outs now on a beautiful turn by the second baseman, Buck Knight, over to the shortstop, White, the second, and a great stretch by Molina Rowley. That'll bring to the plate number 3, Brock Wolin, the left fielder. The tying run 90 feet away here in the top of the 7th. As Purvis set on the mound, and the first pitch inside, ball 1. The 1-0 going to be swung on. Graves tracking back on it, taking a step back, almost losing his footing, but making the catch on the warning track to retire the side for the Lions in the top of the 7th. No runs on, 1 hit, and 1 runner left on base, and for the Pacers, 1 error defensively. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Pacers still leading 4-3. Welcome back to the bottom of the 7th inning. USC Aiken coming to the plate, and leading things off is the designated hitter, number 19, Joe Mazingo. Number 48, Zach Gibbons, still on the mound here for the Lions. Mazingo set to lead things off here. Gibbons still working in the stretch and the pitch. The curveball is going to get the inside corner for strike 1.
So what happened was both.
0-1 now the count and the pitch. Down the middle, 0-2.
And none of us saw Frost go over to center, so I put Parker straight in the front spot. And they came back to the bat. The first batter up was Frost. So we got to go back and fix that. They also have 2 pitchers that are not on their roster that we have to get into.
0-2 now the count. Missing outside moves the count to 1-2. And the 1-2. Missing outside again. Mazingo almost offered at it, but is able to hold back. Evens the count 2-2. Base is empty here. Bottom of the 7th. Pacers leading 4-3. Gibbons on the mound. Comes set. Mazingo's going to pop the ball up behind the plate, and it's going to get out of play as it bounces off the top of the covered seating here. Now Mazingo set at the plate once again. 2-2 the count and the pitch. Swung on and fouled off again down the right field line, and the count will remain even at 2-2. The 2-2 from Gibbons. And it's going to hit Mazingo, and he'll take his base. And they're going to say that they're trying to argue that Mazingo leaned into that ball, but they're going to say not, and he'll take his base at first. So the leadoff man is on for the Pacers here. Bringing to the plate catcher, number 10, Caden Ussery. Stoppage in play now as coach has made his way out from the Lions dugout. Might be getting a pitching change on the way. We'll wait for just a second. And we are, as the pitcher's making his way out from the Lions bullpen. We'll get you his name and number in just a second. The Pacers are leading 4-3. They have a runner on first and nobody away here in the bottom of the 7th. Welcome back to the bottom of the 7th inning. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions. Now pitching number 28, Eli Roach. In 7 appearances this season, he has a 2.45 ERA. In 7 innings pitched, he has 6 strikeouts and a 2.40 opponent's batting average. He comes in to face number 10, Caden Ussery, with a runner on first and nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th.
What's the pitcher's number that came in?
As Ussery squares to bunt, but the ball is outside, 1-0. 1-0 the count. As Mazingo gets his lead at first. And the 1-0 from Roach. Low and away again, 2-0 now the count.
Let's see. Cruz walked out there. Collins came up and hit a 4.63 GDP. Cruz out.
Now the 2-0 to Ussery. Ussery squares to bunt as the ball is inside. They're going to say he got out of the way but did not pull the bat back in time as the count now moves to 2-1. Now the 2-1. Roach set on the mound and the pitch. Low and outside again. 3-1 the count. Good plate discipline here from Ussery.
F6. And it's 28. Roach. And Ushery's up.
Perfect. See? Golden.
Yeah, right.
Dude, you're good.
Still have to fix the daggone pitchers on their side.
Well, that's
And the 3-1 now.
because if they knock it out,
Pitch from Roach. On the outside corner, strike 2, and the count moves full.
this happening, we'll pull up the screen with the roster and see if there's just a different number in there. If The next semi-foul, we'll fix it.
Okay.
3-2 is the count. Roach set on the mound. Mazingo has his lead. Ustry's going to swing and hit a ball to the shortstop. Or excuse me, the third baseman Collins. A high throw, but it's going to be pulled in by Muse, and he throws over for the 5-4-3 double play. That throw from Collins almost pulled him off the bag at second base, but Muse was able to hold his bag down, and there's quickly 2 away. That brings to the plate the third baseman, number 7, Doom Dennis. Excuse me. The second baseman, Cade Balknight, now at the plate.
That should be right. Yep. Dennis is up after that.
Balknight comes to the plate. Base is empty, 2 away. And the pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. The 1-0 swung on and missed. 1-1 now the count. Breaking ball low and away. Got Balknight out in front. The 1-1, Balknight squares to bunt. Collins was playing deep behind the bag. He throws over, and it's going to be a wide throw. Balknight almost runs for second, but great backup there by the second baseman, Munes, to cover the wild throw. Excellent read there from Balknight. He noticed that Collins was playing in 2-out depth behind the bag at third, was able to place a perfectly placed bunt down the line, but also a great effort by Collins to charge it and make the throw over to first. It was wide, but Munes was there to get the backup. So that brings to the plate Doom Dennis with 2 outs here. Runner on first. Pacers still leading 4-3. First pitch low for ball 1. Now the 1-0 to Dennis. Slider finds the strike zone. Now 1-1. The 1-1 low and away. The 2-1 misses outside. The count moves now to 3-1 on Dennis. The 3-1 misses low, ball 4, and Dennis will take his base. Now at the plate, the shortstop, number 4, Bradley White. 2 away, runners on first and second. White steps to the plate now. Roach still on the mound for the Lions. As he comes set, he takes a look at the second base runner and now comes to the plate as White will hit a bouncing ball to the first baseman, Beal. He'll step on the bag for out number 3 to retire the side. For the Pacers in the bottom of the 7th, no runs, no hits, and 2 runners left on base. We'll go to the top of the 8th. The Lions coming to the plate, still trailing 4-3. Welcome back to the top of the 8th inning here. The Emmanuel University Lions coming to the plate, trailing 4-3. As there's a new pitcher on the mound now for USC Aiken. Number 40, Cole Evilsizer. He is 0-0 on the year with a 2.16 ERA and 8 innings pitched and 12 strikeouts. And his first pitch to the designated hitter, Brody Campbell, is low for ball 1. Evilsizer working out of the windup here. And Campbell's going to hit a bouncing ball. Going to be called foul, just bouncing over the bag. Must have been a little bit to the right as the count is now even at 1-1. Campbell's going to hit a line drive to the center fielder. And they're going to say it bounced in front of a dive from Frost. It's a great effort to keep the ball in front of him. But the Lions lead things off with a single from Campbell, bringing to the plate first baseman number 12. Excuse me. First baseman number 12, Hayden Beal.
Here's a funny thing. Here's a roster. 45 is on the roster. It's just not picking it up in the program. Another one of those things that just doesn't make any sense. All right, who's coming up? We got a pitch hitter? No? Pitch runner?
Yeah, pitch runner. Number 5.
Okay, 5 is going in for Campbell. All right. I don't know how to do a pitch runner. 8.
So pinch runner now is number 8. Excuse me, number 5, Van Gupton Jr. As Gupton's going to be immediately checked, and he's back safely.
So here's the funny thing, Brent. Check this out.
Hayden Beal at the plate. He is 2 for 3 on the afternoon with an RBI. Evilsizer working out of the stretch here. A high breaking ball missing. Ball 1.
After 40, or if they're all the way through 40, which it looks like they are, anything above them, probably not picking out.
Yeah, so they can figure out how to do that, and then we'll.
Then we'll have to get with Joe's list to figure out where all the pitching changes came in, because I only got 2 of them.
The runner is checked again, Gupton Jr., and he's back safely.
Here's it, and then y'all can. Because if any players that didn't play, we could just delete them from the roster, and they show up.
Yeah.
We might could do that. We might be able to do that after the game. Like whoever didn't play, just delete them.
Beal fouls it off to the backstop. Now 1-1 the count.
Because we'll never play them again this year, so it won't matter. So we're going to screw up the roster as long as it works. What's up? Any more sports?
Never.
1-1 the count. Evilsizer set on the mound as he checks the runner again back to first as Gupton's back safely.
Yeah, we'll just have to check all the pitching stuff with Joseph. 45 and 48 have been in there for them, and neither one of them would show up.
All speed pitch missing low. 2-1 now the count.
And I don't know if there was another one I missed after that.
He's gonna roll over, not really easy, so.
I did have Pacers 46 did come in for the 7th inning. I didn't take note of it.
And the 2-1. Fastball down the middle. Now evens the count 2-2.
It's been some fun ones to score today. The scoring hasn't been the problem.
It's the 40-man rosters.
It's the roster that's got me screwed up.
And the 2-2 from Evilsizer. Bouncing ball. Going to be hit into the 2-3 gap for a base hit. Excuse me, the 3-4 gap for a base hit. As the second baseman, Balknight, was playing close to the bag, and he was hit right in between Balknight and Molina Rowley. And the Lions in business here. Runners on first and second, nobody away, bringing to the plate number 8, Ryan Munes, the second baseman. He is 2 for 3 on the afternoon with a strikeout. Still movement in the Pacers bullpen along with the Lions bullpen. Righty on righty matchup as Evilsizer comes set on the mound. Breaking ball. Missing high, ball 1 as Mune squares around to bunt. Molina Rowley will be coming up to charge as Dennis is playing back to play the force out at third. Molina Rowley not holding Beal at first base as he gets a very aggressive lead. As it's going to be placed right down the third base line. Dennis has no choice, and the Lions have the bases loaded with nobody out. Barknight came over to cover the bag, but the speed of Munes was able to get to the bag safely. Evil Sizer finds himself with the bases loaded and nobody away, bringing to the plate catcher number 1, Zachary Bergstorm.
I don't normally put BU on there, but I really wanted to that time. Really wanted to.
First pitch outside for ball 1. The 1-0 swung on and missed. And I apologize, that is Nick Dysich at the mound. He is pinch hitting for Bergstorm. Bergstorm batting .299 in 24 games this season with a .657 slugging percentage. As he's going to pop it up on the infield, it's going to be caught by Dennis for out number 1. An inside pitch jammed him as he fouls it off. He makes contact on the end of the bat. One away here, bringing to the plate now number 7, Dobbs Bowden. Dobbs Bowden 1 for 3 on the afternoon here with a single. As Evil Sizer comes set on the mound, and he swings and hits it out of play for strike 1. The 0-1 outside, 1-1 now the count. The 1-1 outside again. Good frame from Usry, unable to get the call. 2-1 now the count. As the 2-1 is going to be hit into shallow right field. Coming over to make the catch is Graves. Runner's going to break for home. The throw down is going to be beat him by a mile. Graves on a line to Ussery. He beat the runner by 5 steps to turn the 9-2 double play. At the top of the 8th for the Lions. No runs on 3 hits and 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Pacers coming to the plate, leading 4-3. Welcome back. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions here in the bottom of the 8th. That is number 33, Bubba Luke. In 8 appearances this season, he is 0-0 with a 3.38 ERA and 8 innings pitched, with 5 strikeouts and a 2.07 opponent's batting average. He comes on to face number 31, Cannon Frost, the center fielder, who's 1 for 2 on the afternoon with a walk for the Pacers. Working out of the stretch with the bases empty, first pitch to Frost, low and outside for ball 1. Also a defensive change for the Lions, now behind the plate, is number 13, who also pinch hit last inning, Nick Deitzich. 1-1 now the count to Frost. The 1-1 missing low and inside. 2-1 now the count. Two one, a fastball evens the count now, 2-2. A high fastball swung on by Frost and missed. First strike 3 and out number 1. That brings to the plate left fielder number 8, Luke Parker. Parker is 1 for 1 this afternoon. Another high fastball, but Parker lays off for ball 1. The 1-0 swung on and missed for strike 1. The 1-1 inside, 2-1, the count on Parker. The 2-1 Parker fouls off at the plate, evens the count 2-2. Two on the way. Parker swings, fouled off to the backstop, and we'll do the 2-2 over. Two bouncing to the plate outside, makes the count full, 3-2. The 3-2 outside, ball 4, and Parker will take his base. He draws a 1-out walk. Right fielder number 17, Dalton Graves, will step to the plate. 1 away here. Runner on first. Bottom of the 8th inning, USC Aiken leading Emmanuel 4-3. First pitch to Graves misses low for ball 1. The 1-0 missing outside again. 2-0 now the count. Still movement in the Pacers bullpen along with the Lions bullpen as the innings are starting to wind down here in Aiken, South Carolina. Bottom of the 8th as Parker gets his lead at first. Luke comes set on the mound. Taking his time. Now the pitch. Missing high, 2-0, and moves now to 3-0. The 3-0, a fastball right down the middle, strike one. The 3-1 to Graves, missing inside ball 4, and the Pacers have back-to-back walks here with one away, putting runners on first and second. That brings to the plate first baseman number 34, Capers Molina-Rowley. He is 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Runners on first and second as time has been called on the field as the third baseman Collins and the catcher Dykes come to the mound to discuss with Luke. Coach Holder is also going to have a meeting with the base runners of Graves, Parker, and the batter Molina-Rowley briefly. As the defensive meeting is over, now we're waiting for the Pacers runners to return to their respective bags, and they're on the way. Dalton Graves at first, Luke Parker at second, Capers Molina-Rowley now at the plate. Luke now set on the mound as Molina-Rowley at the plate, and the pitch is low and away for ball one. Now the 1-0, a double steal on for the Pacers as the Molina-Rowley fouls it off. 1-1. Luke is ready on the mound. The 1-1 missing low, 2-1 now the count. The 2-1 low and outside, 3-1 the count on Molina-Rowley. The 3-1 low, back-to-back walks for the Pacers have loaded the bases with one away. That brings to the plate designated hitter number 19, Joe Mazingo. He is 0 for 2 with a walk this afternoon. Luke is ready on the mound. Mozingo set at the plate. A breaking ball which will find the zone for strike one. Now the 0-1 to Mozingo, missing low and outside. 1-1 again the count. One's all across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Pacers have the bases loaded, all thanks to walks here in the inning. Now the 1-1 to Mozingo. Another curveball finds the strike zone, makes the count now 1-2. The 1-2, Mozingo's going to hit a high fly ball deep to left field. Going back on it is the left fielder Wolin. He's going to make the catch, but a run is going to come across the score on the RBI sacrifice fly from Joe Mozingo. And the Pacers extend their lead now 5-3. And a runner advances from second. Now standing on third base is Dalton Graves. So runners on the corners, 2 away, with the catcher number 10, Caden Ussery, making his way to the plate. For the third time today, we're going to see runners on first and third for the Pacers. 2 away at this at-bat. First pitch to Ussery is a strike, 0-1. The 0-1, a fastball, now quickly 0-2 the count. Luke set on the mound. Runners have their lead. And the 0-2. Bouncing to the plate. Ball 1, and Molina Rowley will take his bag at second. So the Pacers have runners on second and third now with 2 away. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pacers leading 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2 Ussery swings and hits a pop-up high into shallow left field. Going back to make the catch is Cruz for out number 3, and the side is retired. Pacers get 1 run on no hits and 2 runners left on base in the bottom of the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Emmanuel coming back to the plate, down by 2 runs, 5-3. Welcome back to Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Top of the ninth inning with the Emmanuel University Lions coming to the plate, trailing now 5-3. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Pacers in number 25, the left-handed Matt Garcia. Garcia is a redshirt sophomore from Louisville, Colorado. And he comes on here in the top of the ninth inning, up 2. Leading off for the Lions is the center fielder, number 37, Bailey Stroud. Bailey Stroud, as the first pitch is high for ball 1. The 1-0, a bouncing ball. White playing deep at short. Throwing over is going to be high. And is going to go into the Lions bullpen. And Stroud will take his base at second. It's not the ideal start here for the Pacers. They have a runner on second, which brings the tying run to the plate in number 16. A pinch hitter on his way in for the Lions. That'll be Cooper Thompkinson. In 24 games this season, he has 7 hits with a .254 slugging percentage and a .365 on-base percentage. A left-handed batter on his way in, so a lefty-on-lefty matchup. He does represent the tying run here for the Lions. Garcia will work out of the stretch for the first time this afternoon. Thompkinson squares to bunt, but the first pitch is outside to make the count now 1-0. The 1-0 missing high, 2-0 now the count from Garcia.
Another guy we can't delete because he went in there as a pitch hitter. Just marking the guys that we're not allowed to delete, so we don't accidentally delete them when we have to put them when we go to put them in later.
The 2-0 on the outside corner, strike 1. The 2-1 low, but finds the strike zone. Now evens the count 2-2. The 2-2 outside, 3-2 now the count. Tompkinson is pinch hitting for number 2, Jesus Cruz, the shortstop, so he represents the leadoff man also in the Lions lineup. As Garcia set on the mound and the 3-2 on the way. Swung on and fouled off, dribbling in front of the Lions dugout, and we'll do the 3-2 over. Garcia set on the mound again, and now the 3-2. Missing low for ball 4, and the Lions have the tying run on first base now with nobody away in the bottom of the ninth. Bringing to the plate number 19, Thomas Collins. We might have a pinch runner coming in here as the Emmanuel coach is making his way down to third. Not sure if it's to discuss something with Collins or to put in a pinch runner. As it appears we're going to have a pinch runner as Tompkinson's making his way to first. Making his way from first, excuse me. And we will. Number 32 is on his way out. As a meeting is being had right in front of the Pacers dugout here. Number 32, Jackson Harville, appears to be coming on to pinch run, the freshman out of Charleston, South Carolina.
Another guy we can't lose. Yeah, thanks.
This would be easy. We'll call it after, kind of real quick. We're going to save the game. We're going to save the game. We're going to force it. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
I think we did that last year one time. When we had to do with the Lincoln chips.
Excuse me, the pinch runner, I had one number off. That was number 36, Connor Poltevent. the junior from Bainbridge, Georgia.
36, not 32.
So Garcia comes in now. Runners on first and second, nobody away. Thomas Collins, the third baseman at the plate. He is 0 for 3 on the day with a walk. Collins swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1 now the count.
I need to fix that then. I need to get Jackson Harple out of there.
Pinch runner?
Yeah, the first pitch runner since I put the wrong number in.
Collins squares around to bunt, but it's going to be fouled off of home plate. Bouncing behind to the backstop. Count moves to 0-2. The 0-2 Collins hits a bouncing ball to the second baseman, Bachknight. He misses the tag, but is going to be able to throw over to first in time for out number 1. So runners advance to second and third. Now the Lions have the tying run on second base. And the go-ahead run now stepping to the plate with number 3, Brock Wolin, the left fielder. He is 1 for 4 on the afternoon. The runner at second base is Poltavent, the pinch runner, and the third base runner is Stroud, the center fielder. Garcia taking his time, takes a look over to the runner at third base. Comes set, and he'll come to the plate. Swung on and missed by Wolin for strike 1. The 0-1 from Garcia. Missing outside, 1-1 the count. Wolin ready at the plate. Garcia ready on the mound, and the 1-1. Going to be a ground ball into left field, a base hit. 1 run is in. The tying run is rounding third, and it's going to come across to score, and we are tied at 5 after the RBI double from Brock Wolin.
Yep.
Parker was playing deep in left field. It was a hard hit ball, but not hard enough, and Poltavent rounded third with a full head of steam from second base, and now the go-ahead run is 180 feet away at second base, bringing to the plate number 5, Van Gupton Jr. He was a pinch runner in the last inning, but is going to stay in the lineup here for his first at-bat.
Do I change anything on him as far as
Gupton Jr. in 11 games this season, batting 174, as the count to him is 0-1. Pacers originally scored 5 unanswered after the Lions hit 3 in the first 3 innings, but they scored 2 in the top of the 9th to tie it at 5. The 0-1 to Gupton swung on and fouled off behind the plate, and the count quickly at 0-2.
I'm not that concerned about. But he went outfield though, right?
no, it's designated.
Gupton ready at the plate. Garcia checks the runner at second. Now comes to the plate, just missing outside. Another good frame by Ussery as the count moves to 1-2. Garcia's pitch count now at 15 in the half inning here. A lot of the Pacers infielders playing deep behind the bag, as are the outfielders. Garcia ready in the 1-2. Missing inside, count even now 2-2. Actually, no, I apologize. They're going to call strike 3 at the plate with 2 away. I didn't see a signal from the umpire, but Gupton is making his way to the dugout with 2 away, which brings to the plate first baseman number 12, Hayden Beal. Beal is 3 for 4 on the afternoon with an RBI and a strikeout. So he has had a very effective day at the plate for the Lions, a lefty-on-lefty matchup with Garcia on the mound, and the first pitch. Called strike 1. Now the 0-1. Quickly now 0-2 on a fastball, which gets past Beal. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We are tied at 5 between Emmanuel and USC Aiken. Beal at the plate. He comes set. Garcia ready on the mound. Now the 0-2. Going to be a hard hit ball to the second baseman, Bachknight. He drops to a knee, throws over to first in time. The side is retired, but the damage has been done for the Lions in the top of the ninth. 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 runner left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. We are tied at 5. USC Aiken coming to the plate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a tie ball game here in the bottom of the ninth. USC Aiken coming to the plate after getting up 2 runs in the top of the ninth, and we're tied at 5. Second baseman number 12, Cade Bachknight, comes to the plate for the Pacers, 1 for 3 on the afternoon with a walk and a strikeout. And number 35, Bubba Luke, still on the mound for the Lions. So Bachknight still working out, Luke still working out of the stretch with the bases empty as Bachknight swings and hits a ground ball to the second baseman, Muniz. He'll throw over to first for out number 1, and 1 pitch and 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth. Bringing to the plate, number 7, Doom Dennis. He's 2 for 3 on the afternoon with a strikeout, but also a 2-run home run back in the bottom of the 5th, which at the time gave the Pacers a 4-3 lead. As Dennis comes to the plate now, Luke ready at the mound. And the pitch. Fastball called strike 1. The 0-1 misses low. 1-1 the count now to Dennis. The 1-1, Dennis is going to hit on the ground. And is going to get under the glove of the shortstop. That's number 36, Poltavin. He came in to pinch run in the top of the ninth, but he's going to stay out there and just unable to get a read on the bouncing ball. That's going to count as a hit. I guess it did not make contact with his glove. So the Pacers have a runner on first with 1 away. That brings to the plate number 4, Bradley White II, the shortstop for the Pacers. He is 0 for 4 in the afternoon with a strikeout, with Dennis counting as the game-winning run standing on first. As he gets his lead, he is held by Beal at first now. White set on the mound, working out of the stretch still, taking his time. Now comes to the plate. First pitch to White, low and outside, ball 1. 1-0 the count to White. Now the pitch. Low and outside again, 2-0 the count. As time is called, as the Emmanuel coach is making his way out from the bullpen, we might have a pitching change on the way. No signal yet. Might be coming out to to have a talk with his pitcher now as the infielders converge. We're going to take a quick break. We're tied at 5 in the bottom of the ninth. 2-0 the count to the batter, White. Runner on first for the Pacers. As the meeting at the mound is adjourned, the defenders return to their positions, and White will step back into the batter's box facing a 2-0 count. Dennis gets his lead at first. Luke set on the mound now, and the pitch. Low and away again, and the count is quickly 3-0 on White.
Which is the guy that needs to actually go in there, which is the guy that's playing shortstop right now, Connor,
3-0 the count. Luke looks over to Dennis at first, not getting a very aggressive lead at the time as he is held by Beal, and the 3-0. Misses high, ball 4, and White will take his base on a 4-pitch walk, and the Pacers advance the game-winning run to 180 feet away. Now it stands on second base. Now number 31, Cameron Frost will come to the plate for the Pacers as Coach Holder has made his way out. We're going to have a pinch runner coming in. Coming in a pinch run at second base is number 41, Jack Hobson, the first baseman and freshman out of Sarasota, Florida. Now he stands on second base. White the second, the shortstop now standing on first. Bringing to the plate, Cannon Frost. He is 1 for 3 on the afternoon with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. White getting a very aggressive lead at second base now. As Frost comes set at the plate. Luke set on the mound. Now the first pitch to Frost. Missing outside, ball 1. Frost set again. Luke's pitch count of the last 2 innings up to 38 now. And the 1-0. Gets away from the catcher. Runners are going to advance, and the game-winning run is 90 feet away for the Pacers. With the advancement, it also takes out the conventional double play on the infield with a force at second. 2-0 is the count now to Frost. Infielders are playing up. Everybody in front of the bag. That's Beal, Menez, Povident, and Collins, all playing on the infield grass, anticipating a hard-hit ground ball. It's not a force at the plate, so be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen. Now the 2-0 to Frost. Low and away, 3-0 now the count. Second baseman and shortstop being very careful to back up the throw from the catcher as well. Don't want to pass ball to bring the run across. 3-0 is the count to Frost. 1 away here as Luke steps off the mound. Time is called at the plate. Luke's ready, comes set on the mound again. Frost ready at the plate, and the 3-1. Fastball called strike 1. Moves the count to 3-1. White has his lead at second. Hobson has his lead at third. The 3-1 on the way. Low and away, ball 4. The Pacers have the bases loaded. And now the double play comes back into play. So this is a crucial play here for either sides. Bringing to the plate, number 8, the left fielder Luke Parker. As the coach is making his way from the bullpen, we're going to have a pinch runner on his way in. 1 away, the bases are loaded for the Pacers as Bubba Luke's evening is over on the mound. We're going to take a quick break and bring you back for the remainder of the action here in the bottom of the ninth. The Pacers have the bases loaded and 1 away, bringing to the plate left fielder number 8, Luke Parker. We'll get to the new pitcher's name and number in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
13, yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a new pitcher on the mound for the Lions. The freshman, right-handed freshman, number 29, Hunter Maddox, comes in a big spot here. Tied at 5. The bases are loaded for the Pacers and 1 away, bringing to the plate left fielder, number 8, Luke Parker, who is 1 for 1 on the afternoon with a walk. And here's a unique situation. The Lions have brought in the center fielder to play the shortstop position. So they also have a shortstop playing in the 5-6 gap on the infield, and there's no center fielder. Both left and right fielders are playing the left center field and right center field position. So here we go. First pitch to Parker. Fastball called strike 1. All runners get their leads, nobody being held. Parker set on the mound. Maddox taking his time. He comes set, working out of the stretch. And the 0-1. Parker swings, hits a high ball, but it's going to go foul out of play, and the count quickly moves to 0-2.
So what's out of there now? So it should be pitch runner / SS. Yeah, that's what it should be.
Parker set on the mound, and the 0-2 from Maddox. Swung on and missed a breaking ball, dropped the door on him for strike 3 and out number 2. So a big at bat on the way here as time is called. And a new glove is going to be switched out for number 3, Wallen, going back to left field. So in a big situation here, bringing up the right fielder, number 17, Dalton Graves. Bases loaded, 2 away. The defenders are going to go back to their regular depths. We're back to 3 outfielders and 4 infielders, playing 2-out depth. Bases loaded. The game-winning run is 90 feet away as Graves steps to the plate. Righty on lefty matchup. First pitch, a fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Maddox set on the mound now. The 0-1 to Graves. Fastball right down the middle, and Graves is quickly down 0-2. Maddox ready on the mound now. The 0-2 on the way to Graves. Check swing at the plate. They're going to say he went around, and 9 innings were not enough. The Pacers leave the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th, and we're going to extras. Emmanuel coming to the plate in the top of the 10th, tied at 5. Welcome back to the top of the 10th inning. 9 innings were not enough, and we have moved on to extras here between USC Aiken and Emmanuel. We are all tied at 5. Matt Garcia, number 25, Leading is still on the mound, and the second baseman Ryan Munes, who's 3 for 4 in the game, comes to the plate and swings and fouls it off for strike one.
Garcia's still on the mound.
0-1 is now the count. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Now the count 0-2.
Who's that on the mound?
Garcia.
Okay, he's still out there. Thank you.
Garcia ready on the mound now. And the 0-2. Missing inside, 1-2 now the count. The 0-2 just missing, and after being 0-2, Munes has quickly battled back to make it 2-2. Garcia set on the mound, 2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed 4, strike 3 and out number 1. Now at the plate, the catcher number 13, Nick Dietz. He's 0-1 on the afternoon. Garcia's pitch count now stands at 27 in the 9th and moving on into the 10th. One away here, base is empty. First pitch, fastball down the middle, strike 1. The 0-1 swung on and missed, now 0-2. Garcia ready on the mound to the 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3 and out number 2. Now the right fielder, number 7, Dobbs Bowden. 1 for 4 on the afternoon, comes to the plate in the top of the 10th. Bases empty, 2 outs. Dot squares around to bunt. It's going to be right in front of home plate. Ussery throws over to first. Molina Rowley is there. 2 step on the bag for out number 3. So 3 quick outs in the top of the 10th for the Pacers. Lions at the plate. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Pacers coming to the plate, tied at 5. Leading off for the Pacers in the bottom of the 10th is first baseman Capers Molina Rowley. He is 1 for 4 in the afternoon with an RBI. Excuse me, with a walk.
That's the same. Is it saying those last ones at the 30, whatever, Maggie?
Hunter Maddox still on the mound here for the Pacers. He came in a big spot and got the Lions to extra innings, closing, getting 2 outs with the bases loaded. As the heart of the Pacers lineup comes to the plate now. First pitch to Molina Rowley is high for ball 1.
Dude, it's all good.
The 1-0 finds the zone now. 1-1 the count.
That was not messed up before.
Maddox comes set and the 1-1. Missing outside, 2-1 now the count on the Pacers first baseman.
Somehow it took 2 runs, but it's showing 3-5 now. There was nothing wrong with that play before.
The 2-1, a fastball right down the middle, evens the count 2-2. Count is even, 2s across the board, and Molina Rowley frozen on strikes for out number 1.
We know it's imbalanced. Why does it keep saying to fill the position?
Number 19, Joe Mazingo, will now come to the plate, 1 away in the bottom of the 10th. Pacers now on the lineup, back-to-back-to-back strikeouts in the bottom of the 9th and the bottom of the 10th.
It was fine. Everything was.
As Mazingo comes to the plate, time is called by Maddox on the mound.
What? It's got the wrong pitcher in there now. Maddox was in there without a problem. Now they got Luke back in there again.
Okay, so just L line.
First pitch to Mazingo, fastball, called strike 1.
We take over?
No.
Then,
The 0-1, a check swing off of the, off the bat, the handle of Mazingo. Now the count 0-2. That was an inside fastball. And as Mazingo was trying to get out of the way, it hit off the bat. And the 0-2. High and outside, 1-2 the count. Mazingo's going to hit a high fly ball deep into center field. Going back on it is Stroud to make the catch just in front of the warning track for out number 2. Now coming to the plate with 2 away, the catcher number 10, Caden Ussery. Base is empty. Still tied at 5 in the bottom of the 10th. Ussery's going to be hit on the shoulder, and he'll take his base. Now batting is second baseman number 12, Cade Botnight. Two outs, runner on first as Botnight comes to the plate, and he'll take a fastball for strike 1. A line drive right down the left field line. A base hit. It's going to roll into the corner, and the runner is going to be held at third as Ussery and the Pacers are in business. The game-winning run 90 feet away again after the stand-up double right down the left field line from number 12, Cade Botnight. That'll bring to the plate number 41, who was a pinch hitter but is going to stay in the game. That is Jack Hobson. In 18 games this season, he has 3 RBIs and 5 at-bats. So Hobson comes into the game late but has a chance to make a big impact as he'll step into the right-handed batter's box. Runners on second and third with 2 away here in the bottom of the 10th. Hobson a high stance here, and the pitch. Check swing at the plate, but he did go around. Strike 1.
We should be going at the end of the game to fix these things. I should not be screwing these things up.
Just look at their 57-man roster. That's 9% of the problem.
Maddox set on the mound now. Hobson ready at the plate. The 0-1 on the way. A bouncing ball right back up the plate. Played by the shortstop. He throws over. In time, he beat him by a step. The side is retired. For the Pacers, they once again leave 2 runners on in scoring position. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 runners left on. We'll go to the 11th. 1 extra inning was not enough. Emmanuel coming back to the plate. We're still tied at 5. Welcome back to the top of the 11th inning here. Extra innings at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Matt Garcia going to remain on the mound for the Pacers, which will bring to the plate number 37, the center fielder Bailey Stroud. So Stroud is the number 9 hitter in the Lions lineup, bringing the top of the batter's order. Shortstop Poldevent is in the on-deck circle. Lefty on lefty matchup here as Garcia comes to the plate. High and inside, ball 1.
So, we're back in the 9th inning. We have type 9th, 10th, but I need his 9th inning. Okay, so he's keeping up with the rule.
Yeah.
It's leading everything up the last. I should have disconnected.
That's why I was wondering what was going to happen
Yeah,
when you did all
anyway,
that.
I should have disconnected that, but
1-0 is the count. Garcia set on the mound, and the pitch to Stroud. Outside quickly now, the count moves to 2-0.
Top of the 11th.
yeah, if you want to do the top of the 11th, then I'll go sit next to him real quick,
Okay.
and hopefully I'm connected with everything.
The 2-0 down the middle, strike 1. Pacer outfielders in left field and center field are playing shallow with the right fielder Graves playing deep.
I'll do the 11th. You want to go next to Joe and start writing everything else for the 9th inning?
As Stroud is going to hit a bouncing ball to the shortstop. White throwing over to first in time. Out number 1. Just beat him by a step. Good hustle down the line to try and beat out the throw. The top of the lineup now coming to the plate with number 36, Connor Poltavent, now at the plate.
I've got this. The thing is, Joe takes notes that doesn't match our system, and I can't read his stuff. That's why we were having such problems.
So Poltavent stands in the right-handed batter's box now. Righty on lefty matchup with Garcia on the mound. And the first pitch down the middle, strike one. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Quickly now 0-2. The 0-2 misses outside, 1-2 the count. Pacer outfielders playing back to regular depth now. And the 1-2 is fouled off out of play, and the count will remain the same. One and two the count. Garcia comes to the plate, and it's fouled off out of play again, and we'll do the 1-2 over. The 1-2 fouled off to the backstop again. The count remains the same. Another foul off on the 1-2. It's a battle here between the shortstop Poltavent and Garcia on the mound. Base is empty. Tied at 5 here in the top of the 11th between Emmanuel and USC Aiken. And the 1-2 is swung on and missed. Ussery dropped it behind the plate. He's going to throw down to first in time for out number 2 on the strikeout. 2 away, base is empty. Bringing to the plate number 19, third baseman Thomas Collins. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup here between Collins and Garcia. Again, base is empty. The second baseman, Baltnight and Molina Rowley, playing deep as White and Doom are playing shallow on the infield. As it's popped up on the infield, Baltnight calls for it, makes the catch to retire the side. For the Lions in the top of the 11th, no runs on no hits, nobody left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. USC Aiken coming to the plate, still tied at 5. Leading off the bottom of the 11th for USC Aiken is number 4, Bradley White, the shortstop.
36 came in right here.
Number 26, Maddox, still on the mound here.
And then he went into shortstop after.
Working big innings here in the bottom of the 9th and also the 10th, and starting with the 11th here. As this first pitch to White finds the strike zone, makes the count 0-1. White swings, foul tips at the plate, caught by the catcher, 0-2. Behind the plate still is Dietrich for the Lions.
Collins should not be there.
The 0-2 just misses outside on White, moves the count now to 1-2.
Collins should be there. Collins is number 19. Joe's got number 3. So he's missing a batter or something.
White swings and fouls it off out of play at the 1-2, and we'll do it over. White swings and fouls off the 1-2 again, and the count will remain the same.
Collins should be the guy at bat. Should be number 19. That's not who Joe's got up there. He's got number 3 up there.
Is it bottom of the order, top of the order? If I can see that,
1-2 still the count. Maddox on the mound. White will foul off the 1-2 again. So another 1-2 battle as we saw in the top of the 11th between Matt Garcia and Pavanant, number 36 for the Lions. We see the same between number 26 Maddox and number 4 White for the Pacers. Ironically enough, the shortstop as well. 1-2 remains the count. Now the pitch from Maddox. White swings and fouls off another 1-2 pitch. We'll do it over. The 1-2 misses high. Good discipline there by White at the plate. The count moves even now, 2-2.
Nobody moved.
They had to go up a base.
So what?
They had to go up a base.
Everybody went up a base.
The 2-2 swung on and missed by White for out number 1 on strike 3. That'll bring to the plate number 31, Cannon Frost. One away, base is empty here in the bottom of the 11th.
Single to left.
He went second on throw. Yeah, that's right. He went second on throw. Is it good? Just go ahead.
Run, yes.
Frost swings and misses, strike 1.
Because he was on air. The other one, yes.
Go back to that base real quick because you got to put him on second base.
What did he do?
On throw.
The 1-0 missing low and away, 1-1 now the count.
On throw. Yeah. Space over that too. Yeah.
Did it still get it right? I don't even know if it still got it right or not. No, this one should be earned.
Frost swings at the 1-1, fouling it out of play, and now the count moves to 1-2.
Yes.
Place. You got K? KS, I think.
Struck out.
And 4-3.
And 4-3.
The 1-2, a breaking ball missing high. Now the count even again at 2-2.
For shortstop.
Right. So we're in bottom one?
Yep, that should be bottom 9.
Yeah. Do you have that? I need to go get that.
No, I don't have
The 2-2 from Maddox on the way, missing high again, and Frost works the count now to 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way. Missing high, ball 4. Frost will take his base. One away here. Runner on first for the Pacers. That brings to the plate number 8, Luke Parker. Stoppage in play here. No signal yet from the Lions bullpen. Luke Parker coming to the plate now. One away, runner on first. After the meeting at the mound is adjourned by the Lions coach, the defenders came in to have a quick talk, and we're set to return to action. First pitch to Parker is going to find the strike zone right on the outside, 0-1. The 0-1 right down the middle once again, and Parker quickly finds himself down 0-2. Maddox set on the mound now. The 0-2 on this way to Parker. Swung on and missed. High fastball on the inside. Parker down on strikes, and the Pacers to have 2 away here in the bottom of the 11th. That brings to the plate now right fielder number 17, Dalton Graves.
Is Dennis actually up, or was there a pitch hitter at that time?
And the first pitch to Graves on the way. Swung on and missed strike 1. A very aggressive swing there from Graves.
He just put single, that's fine. And walk, first and second. Single.
1-0 now the count. Maddox coming to the plate. Runner on his way from second. Another hit and run because it's going to be bounced perfectly to the second baseman, Muniz. He throws over to first, and the 2 offenses that got to 5 runs in 9 have gone dormant the last 2 innings. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left on base. 2 extra innings wasn't enough. We're going to the top of the 12th, tied at 5 between Emmanuel and USC Aiken. Top of the 12th inning here from Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Brock Wallen will lead things off. With Matt Garcia still on the mound here for the Pacers, he's had a lot of work in the 9th, 10th, and the 11th. Moving on into the 12th here, still at the helm on the mound for the Pacers.
Okay.
As he'll bring the first pitch, swung on and hit down the right field line. It's going to fall fair into the corner. Graves is on it quickly. A strong throw in, but the Lions lead things off in a big way. Leadoff double here puts the go-ahead run 180 feet away with nobody out in the top of the 12th. As it appears we're going to have a pinch hitter or a pinch runner on the way. As the Emmanuel coach is coming to meet with the home plate umpire. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter on the way in. Now coming to the plate is number 38, Andrew Ferguson. And he is batting 506 games this season with one hit. Melina Rowley playing in front of the bag on the grass. Dennis playing back. Ferguson squares to bunt now. First pitch from Garcia down the middle, strike one. Melina Rowley going to play up here, trying to get the advancing runner to third base, but it's not going to be a force, so Dennis is going to have to apply the tag if he is to run.
Yep, chaos. I've got him from here.
As Ferguson comes set now, 0-1 the count as he squares to bunt once again. As Garcia comes to the plate, the pitch is going to be high for ball one.
And then Graves 4-3. And Wolin, that's where we should be at right now. Yep.
1-1 the count. And the pitch finds the zone again as Ferguson brings his bat back. Now the count 1-2.
We should be caught up. Number 5's not in, so it's pitch hitter at 7. And it is 30.
Garcia taking his time on the mound. As Wallen gets his lead at third base, Garcia takes a look at him, now comes to the plate. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and Ferguson goes down on strikes for out number 1.
And all of the pitchers.
Now first baseman comes to the plate, number 12, Hayden Beal. Lefty on lefty matchup now. Beal at the plate. Garcia still on the mound. As he steps off, and Beal is going to be intentionally walked here. And that will bring to the plate Ryan Munes, the second baseman, with one away and runners on first and second for the Lions. Garcia's pitch count is getting up there after playing 4 innings now. And the first pitch to Muniz is down the middle, strike 1. The 0-1 fouled off to the backstop. The count quickly moves to 0-2. The count. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed, low and away, strike 3, and Muniz is down on strikes. And there are 2 away now in the top of the 12th inning. That'll bring to the plate catcher number 13, Nick Dietzich. He is 0 for 2 on the afternoon with a strikeout. Afternoon turned evening here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. Garcia checks the runner at second. Now comes to the plate. It's going to be a line drive right to the center fielder. Frost barely had to move, and the side is retired. Garcia is able to work out of a jam after a lead-off double. And for the Lions in the top of the 12th, no runs on 1 hit and 2 runners left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Pacers looking to get something going on offense, tied at 5. Welcome back to the bottom of the 12th inning here in Aiken, South Carolina. USC Aiken and Emmanuel all tied up. 9 innings was not enough, and we are going into our 3rd extra inning here, the bottom half of it at that. Leading off is the first baseman, number 34, Capers Molina Rowley. He's 1 for 5 on the afternoon, but looking to get anything going here for the Pacers on offense. As there's a new pitcher on the mound also for the Lions as Molina Rowley flies out to the center fielder Stroud for out number 1. Number 49, Ashton Sapp, is on the mound now for Emmanuel, bringing to the plate with 1 out, number 19, the designated hitter Joe Mazingo. Mazingo 0 for 3 with a strikeout, but he did have a sacrifice fly back in the 8th inning, which gave the Pacers that 5-run, gave them their 5th run, which has turned out to be huge now that the game is tied as the Lions got 2 in the top of the 9th. As the first pitch to Mazingo is a fastball down the middle for strike 1. Mazingo swings and misses as the 0-1 was low and away. The count moves quickly now to 0-2. The 0-2 missing outside to Mazingo, 1-2 the count. Mazingo almost swung. The 1-2 was able to hold back, and the count is even to 2-2. The appeal to the first base umpire, he says he did not go around, and the count is now even. Mazingo's going to hit a hard ground ball to the shortstop, Bucknick. He's throwing over for out number 2. Catcher number 10, Caden Ussery, will now come to the plate for the Pacers. 2 away here in the bottom of the 12th. Nobody on. Curveball misses high to Ussery, ball 1. Now the 1-0, missing high again, 2-0 the count.
It was the hit error with the.
The error is right, though.
No, it was the hit error was a.
2-0 now the count to Ussery. And the pitch. Missing outside, 3-0 now the count. Caden Baltnight on deck for the Pacers. Sapp comes set on the mound now. And the pitch. Low and away, ball 4. Ussery will take his base, and the Pacers draw a 2-out walk here in the bottom of the 12th. Now batting is number 12, the second baseman, Cade Baltnight. He's 2 for 5 on the afternoon with an RBI and a walk. First pitch to Baltnight is low, ball 1. Time is called as Dysix will go out to the mound to have a brief discussion with Sapp. And we'll take a quick break. 1-0 the count to Baltnight. Runner on first, 2 away here in the bottom of the 12th. Tied at 5, Pacers and Lions. And we are back and set to return to action here. Both bullpens still active for the Lions and the Pacers. 1-0 now the count. Sapp ready on the mound. And the pitch. Bucknight swings and fouls it out of play, making the count even at 1-1. As we're going to have a balk on the mound as Sapp lost the ball in exchanging from his glove. And the run moved the Pacers' run into scoring position here with 2 away. Pacers have had their opportunities here in the bottom of the 9th and extra innings, leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th and runners on 2nd and 3rd in the bottom of the 10th. We'll see if the Pacers can capitalize on the balk from Sapp. 1-1 the count to Baltnight. Now the pitch. Ground ball through the left side. Actually, a diving stop by the shortstop. I so wanted that to go through, but excellent stop there by number 36. Poltavent, as Ussery was rounding third, but he had to be held up at the last second. And the Pacers have runners on the corners with 2 away. That brings to the plate number 41 for the Pacers. Jack Hobson. Runners on first and third, 2 away. Pacers have the game-winning run 90 feet away. Sapp ready on the mound in the pitch. Low for ball 1. Ussery thought about it, but will jog back to third. Hobson's ready at the plate now. Sapp ready on the mound. And the 1-0. Swung on and missed now, 1-1. Breaking ball had Hobson out in front. The 1-1 low, 2-1 will be the count. Dead ball be called at the plate. Count it 2-1. Hobson going to get called on strikes there right on the inside corner. 2's all across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Tied at 5 in the bottom of the 12th. Sapp comes set on the mound. Runner's going to take off for second. He's caught halfway through. Sapp none phased on the mound. Hobson swings and misses, and the side is retired. The Pacers leave 2 runners on in scoring position once again. 12 innings was not enough. We're going to the 13th. Welcome back. Top of the 13th inning here between USC Aiken and Emmanuel. The count is 1-1 at the plate. Two and two is the count to the right fielder Bowden. He is 1 for 5 on the afternoon. And a new pitcher at the mound for the Pacers, number 24. That is Blaine Newman, as Bowden goes down on strikes for out number 1.
Is he swinging or looking?
I didn't see, to be honest.
I was trying to text Misty and let her know.
Number 37, Bailey Stroud, will now come to the plate. 1 away here. Newman set on the mound in the pitch. A bouncing ball played by the third baseman. Dennis has to throw over quickly, but beats him by a step for out number 2. Excuse me, that was the third baseman Hobson after the pinch runner back in the bottom of the ninth. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. 2 away here. The shortstop, number 36, Connor Poltovit, will come to the plate. Top of the 13th, bases are empty for the Lions. First pitch high and outside, ball 1. Now the 1-0 missing low, 2-0 the count. The 2-0 misses outside, and the count quickly now 3-0. The 3-0 finds the zone, makes the count now 3-1. And the 3-1 misses outside, ball 4. Poltovit will take his base. The Lions have a runner on first now with 2 away, bringing to the plate number 19, Thomas Collins. First pitch from Newman outside, ball 1. The 1-0 missing low, and Newman quickly now starting to struggle to find the strike zone with 4 straight balls and back-to-back batters. They need to throw and check the runner at first, and he's back safely. The 2-0 misses high, and the count quickly now 3-0. The 3-1 misses inside, a 4-pitch walk, and back-to-back walks gives the Lions runners on first and second with 2 away in the top of the 13th. Left fielder number 3, Brock Wallen, now at the plate. He's also the one in the top of the 12th that had the double down the right field line. Want to know another count to Wolin? As it misses high, the count quickly 2-0, and that is 8 straight balls come from number 24, Newman on the mound.
Sound like the 4th of July fireworks from the supposed to be over. Must be 27 again.
It's opening day for baseball.
2-0 right down the middle, strike one.
Back from Wrath, there's been 5 strikeouts last night, 2 innings.
What's it?
Former baseball player here. Had 5 strikeouts yesterday for the A's.
Oh,
In 2
really?
innings. Yeah, so I'm just texting the brilliant.
2-1 is the count. Runners on first and second. Now the pitch. On the inside corner, called strike 2, even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second here in the top of the 13th. Runners breaking. Is this going to be a perfectly executed hit and run into the gap? 1 run is in. Another one's going to come across to score, and Emmanuel finally breaks through in extra innings, taking a 7-5 lead here in the top of the 13th on the 2-run RBI double from number 3, Brock Wolin.
Number 39 is up. Is this a pitch hitter? Looks like it is. He's coming over and telling him.
Pinch hitter coming in now, number 39. Walker Hawks will step into the batter's box now. So 7-5 your score now. Runner on second. With 2 away, Newman taking his time on the mound. Now comes set, checks the runner at second, and he'll come to the plate. Missing outside, ball 1. The 1-0 down the middle, 1-1. The 1-1 swung on and missed. Now 1-2 the count. The 1-2 called strike 3 on the outside corner. The side is retired, but the damage has been done for the Lions in the top of the 13th. They get 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 runner left on base. Pacers coming to the plate in the bottom of the 13th, now down by 2. They trail 7-5. Leading off for the Pacers, a pinch hitter is going to come in for the bottom of the 13th to lead things off. That'll be number 33, Brandon Ozipsik. 11 games this season. He has a .250 on-base percentage. First pitch to Ozipsik is outside for ball one. As Sapp is on the mound still for the Lions. The 1-0 to Ozipsik finds the zone, now 1-1. The 1-1 on the outside corner, and quickly the count to Ozipsik moves to 0-2. Sapp set on the mound now, and the 1-2 on the way. Missing outside evens the count at 2-2. Ozipsik going to hit a high fly ball deep into center field. Just out of the reach of it is the second baseman, Stroud. And Ozipsik is on his way to second with a stand-up double. So the Pacers offense getting something going in the bottom of the 13th with a runner on second and nobody away after a hard-hit double there by number 33, Brandon Ozipsik. Now back to the plate is number 31, Cannon Frost. Frost is 2 for 4 on the afternoon. That's the first pitch to him is high, ball one. The 1-0 on the inside to Frost, called strike one. The 1-1 going to be a bouncing ball back to the pitcher, Sapp. He's going to step and toss it over to the first baseman, Beal, for out number one. Coming to the plate now, number 8, Luke Parker. Runner on second, one away. Pacers down by 2, down to their final 2 outs here in the bottom of the 13th. First pitch to Parker, called strike one. The 0-1 missing outside, 1-1 now the count. The 1-1 swung on and missed by Parker. Now the count 1-2.
Something's still not right here. So, whenever Luke came in for Brock Myers. He went into left field, and Frost shifted over to center. And it's showing Luke under Frost instead of under Myers.
Now the 1-2 on the way to Parker. Parker hits a bouncing ball, foul, picked up by Collins. The count will remain at 1-2.
Do you remember when he came in?
Sixth. That's when I
1-2 the count on Parker. And the pitch from Sapp. On the way.
looking to check too.
Okay, we'll fix it real quick.
Called strike 3. Finding the top of the strike zone. The Pacers are down to their final out. And number 17, Dalton Graves, now comes to the plate. He does represent the tying run here in the bottom of the 13th, but he comes to the plate with 2 away. First pitch to Graves called strike 1.
I'll go back in and try to fix that. It's top 6 ball
It
6.
was, it was top 6 when they do defensive change.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try to fix that and we'll get this stuff from Joe real quick and then we'll. Okay.
And the 0-1 missing outside now. 1-1 the count. One on the way. Graves swings and misses 1-2. Pacers down to their final strike. Runner breaks for third as the ball gets away from Dykes behind the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Now the count to number 17, Graves at the plate. Now the 2-2 on the way. Graves swings and hits a line drive into foul territory. It's going to bounce into the Lions bullpen. The count will stay now at 2-2. Now the 2-2 on the way. Graves swings and fouls it off as he stays alive at the plate. Still 2-2 the count. Graves swings and misses. The side is retired. And that's your ball game. Emmanuel wins in the bottom of the 13th. Final score 7-5. Final stats on the evening for the victorious Emmanuel Lions. They get 7 runs on 13 hits and 2 errors defensively. And for the USC Aiken Pacers, they have 5 runs on 14 hits and 3 errors defensively. With the final stats tonight, Emmanuel improves to 17-12 on the season, 10-6 on the road. And the Pacers fall to 7-20, 6-10 here at Roberto Hernandez Stadium. We thank you so much for tuning in tonight for our Tuesday night matchup. Again, Emmanuel victorious in 13 innings, 7-5 over USC Aiken. In a quick turnaround, the Pacers are returned to Peach Belt action on Saturday as they face off at home in Aiken against the Columbus State. Games will be set for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday here from Aiken, South Carolina, and you can find those right here on the Peach Belt Network for live stats and a post-game recap Tune in to PacerSports.com for all your coverage. But until then, I'm Reeves Altman saying thank you so much for tuning in. Again, your final score tonight, Emmanuel 7, USC Aiken 5. Thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next time.